Ladies and gentlemen, dear Judo family, dear spectators, welcome to the last day of the World Judo Championships, Hungary 2021. Today we have mixed teams competition.
A 2021. évi Magyarországi Judo Világbajnokság utolsó versenynapján. A 8. napon teljes csapatversenyt láthatunk a szőnyegeken.
Testing. Testing 1, 2, 3. Okay, good. We have it. Thank you. Well, good morning and welcome back to Budapest. We're in the Pap Laszlo Arena. It's the final day of competition at the World Championships, and today we've got the team event. 15 teams in total that are going to be taking part. I'm just going to give you the rundown and then I'll give you the lineup for the various first round matchups as we have them, because we've got 3 mats, so there'll be 6 teams competing on these 3 mats. In the top half of the draw, Japan, they've got a bye as the number 1 seeds. They go directly into the quarter-final. The team representing the International Judo Federation, their first round match is against the Ukraine. The RJF will go up against Mongolia. And then at the bottom of Pool B, it will be Germany to face Korea. In Pool C, it'll be Brazil up against Kazakhstan. Hungary versus Uzbekistan, and down in Pool D, France versus the Netherlands, and Cuba versus Georgia. Right, 6 people in a weight category. Let's go and take a look at that first matchup that we've got. The IJF, the team representing the International Judo Federation, up against Ukraine. It'll be for the IJF, Ula Daouk, Adnan Kankan, Sander Aldas, Ahmad Alikaj, Muna Daouk, and Tarek Jamal. Now, the way that we've drawn the weight categories out is we're going to start with the plus 70 kilo first. So in the first round, it will be plus 70. In round 2, we'll begin with the plus 90. In the quarterfinal, it'll be right from the beginning, which will be the under 57, and then in the semi-final under 73, and then we'll start the finals with the under 70 kilo category. All right, let's look at the team from Ukraine. Yelisaveta Kalanina, Alexander Gordienko, Maria Skora, Artem Homela, Natalia Chistiakova, and Stanislav Gunchenko. That is going to be on mat 1. So if you want to watch the IJF versus Ukraine, that is on mat number 1. On mat 2, it will be the RJF versus Mongolia. These are the neutral athletes representing the RJF, and the lineup for the RJF is Daria Vladimirova, Alon Shokrebov, Anastasia Konkina, Ayub Khazaliev, Dali Liluashvili, and Hussein Karl Muzaev. That's the lineup for the RJF. For Mongolia, it's Adiyasuren Armsakyan, Batyuag Gonchisuren, Dortsuren Sumia, Sendoche Sogbata, Bol Gankaich, and Gantulga Altan Bagana. That's the lineup for Mongolia. And then the match that's on mat number 2. On mat number 3, Germany versus Korea. Their first round contest. René Lucht, Jonas Schreiber, Amelie Stoll, Shamil Davbatirov, Marlena Galandi, Falk Peterzilka. That's the team for Germany. And the team for Korea is Kim Ha-yoon, Kim Sung-min, Kim Jun-di, An Jun-sung, Han Hee-ju, and Han Ju-yop. That is the Republic of Korea. Right, so we have 1 round, quarterfinal, semi-final, final. The number 1 seeds are Japan, the number 2 seeds are Brazil, the number 3 seeds are France, and the number 4 seeds are the independent athletes representing the RJF. As I said, 6 athletes per team. That goes to make up the team. If it gets to the point where it is 3-3 and they're tied up, then we will pick out randomly one of those athletes, and that will be shown on the big screen. That athlete who's picked out will be the tiebreaker, the decider. But when they come to the tatami, they will go immediately into golden score, the pair of them having fought once before. So real tension from the get-go. When we've got the lineup for the other matches, we'll go through them. But the teams can replace fighters. So even though we've given you this lineup to begin with, but get ready for changes in rounds to come. Right, and I'll just give you one more reminder about the way that the weight categories are going to work. We will start with a different weight category in each round. So in round 1, we're beginning with the plus 70 kilo category. In the quarterfinal, we'll begin with the plus 90 kilo category. In the semi-final, we'll begin with the under 57 kilo weight category. And when we come to the final, the first fighters that step out will be the under 73 kilo category. Okay, down on mat number 1, there's commentary from Loretta Cusack-Doyle. On mat number 2, it will be Neil Adams, and down on mat number 3, it will be Dennis van der Geest. We're about to get underway with all the action from the team event. Enjoy, sit back.
Yes, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the teams.
Hölgyeim és uraim, köszöntsék a csapatokat!
Tatami 1, first round. In white judogies. Welcome the team representing International Judo Federation.
Az egyes számú szönyegen, fehér judoruhában köszöntsék a nemzetközi.
Well, good morning and welcome to Hungary for the World Mixed Team Championships. 15 countries participating. And yes, mix, we say 3 men and 3 women. And the weight categories in this Mixed Team Championships is the under 70s, the plus 70s, the plus 90s, the under 57s, the under 73s, the under 70s and the under 90 kilos. Now, how we decide who goes first in this team championships is that there is a draw made at the beginning of the day where they pick the first weight category out to decide who is the first in line, and after that each round it will just follow in sequence. So we picked out plus 70 kilos, which means the next round would be the plus 90s. So sit back and enjoy what's going to be quite an exciting day of judo. The team event is just a very special event. We have, like I said, 15 countries. Those countries are Japan, the IJF refugee team, Ukraine, Russian Judo Federation, Mongolia, Germany, Republic of Korea, and that's in Pool A and B. In the bottom half you have Pool C and D, which consists of Brazil, Kazakhstan, Hungary, Uzbekistan, France, the Netherlands, Cuba and Georgia. Now, if we were to base on results in the individual World Championships, you would say Japan, who's got a bye in the first round of this team event, would be the favourites. But also we've had some wonderful performances, not only from Hungary, but also from Georgia and France and the Netherlands. So I think it's going to, and the Germany. So for me, it's about how this team comes together to gel and perform to the best of their ability for each other, not as individuals. And that always makes a difference. So here we have Dakul representing the IJF and Kalinin representing, obviously, the Ukraine. Kalinin, as you can see, towers over her opponent. And Sori Makakomi there and buries her opponent. Really a massive difference in size between these athletes, but we are looking at the plus 70s, and so there is a wide range of weight differences from one team to another. Kalinin takes that first win. And coming up next for Ukraine, Godorenko, which is the plus 90 kilos. And he's up against Kan
Ukraine
from the IJF.
Ukraine, IJF Neil.
So far, 1-0 to Ukraine.
The winner of the first contest, Neutral athlete representing RJF, Daria Vladimirova. The score is 1-0 on Tatami 2 for neutral athletes representing RJF.
So Godorenko, you see just there in the blue gi.
Egyes számú szőnyegen plusz 90 kg-val lép szőnyegre az IGF színeiben Adnan Hakan ellenfele az ukrajnát képviselő Oleksandr Kornienko.
Adan Kankan.
Next contest, men over 90 kilo. In white for neutral athlete representing RJF, Alem Tsovrevo. In blue for Mongolia, Bakhtiyar Unjiksuren.
Once more, such a difference in size between these two men. Godorenko towering over his opponent. And like I said, in this draw, the Japanese have got a bye in the first round. So the winner of this match will meet Japan in the next round. Wazari for Godorenko, Osotogari decides not to follow down into the Niwaza.
The score on Tatami 2 now is 2-0 for neutral athletes representing RJF versus Mongolia.
Can there just trying to get his gi together, and who would blame him taking his time with that, as the man from Ukraine towers over his opponent. Once more, we're looking at the plus 90. So in the individuals, there's a 100 and a plus 100. Sutemi was her attempt there for white. Got a rig. Oh, and there, a dangerous moment. Can there, got those hips in, he got his opponent lifted for that moment. Could have, if he was just in that little bit deeper, would have had the score.
Tatami 2. Next point for...
So just halfway now, Godorenko leads with the Wazari, a Shido on the board for IJF.
RJF and Mongolia is 3-0.
Team there, all encouraging their teammates. And there's the final score. Godorenko scoring Ippon, clambering over his opponent there. It was a mixture of an attempt and a pure desperation there for the IJF with the Sutemi Waza. Godorenko just followed the flow and clambered over his opponent, scoring Ippon. And that brings the score 2-0 for Ukraine.
Az egyes szőnyegen 2 pont, Ukrajna 0 IGF.
Tatami 3, first point goes to Republic of Korea.
First landing, the elbow was out.
And send it, sure. Just stop the...
Tatami 3, next contest, men over 90 kilograms in white for Germany, Jonas Schreiber. In blue for Republic of Korea, Kim Song-mi.
Egyes számú szőnyeget 57 kg-val lép szőnyegre az IGF színeiben.
Now we have Sanda Aldas in the white, and she's up against Maria Skora of Ukraine. This is the under 57 lineup. And Ukraine lead with 2 wins. A heavy grip pin style from both these athletes, drawing down on the lapels from Skora, and then uses the ashiwaza to maneuver her opponent into the niwaza. She has the shimiwaza there and swiftly executes the shimiwaza for Ippon, and a win, and the 3rd win for Ukraine.
Fighting against the experienced
Egyes számú szőnyegen pontot szerez Ukrajnának Maria Skora. Ezzel az állás 3 Ukrajna csapatának, 0 az IGF csapatának.
Well, the score at this moment, 3-0, and as we come up to the 4th match of this round, which will be the under 73 kilo category. The match will be between IJF Alikija Ahmed, and he'll be up against Artem Kamula. Kamulov, 35 in the world ranking. A 5th in Tashkent back in 2019. A dominant figure within a team event.
The score on Tatami 2 is 4-0 for Neutos athletes representing Arc Junior.
Kalija, left hand on that lapel, trying to protect his lapel to avoid his opponent gripping up. He's got to be careful with that because it's a defensive action and could result in a shido. But that lifeline is that left, but leaves himself open for a Yoko Sutemi waza. Kamula looking very busy out there, still yet to connect, settle into this contest. This win for Ukraine would mean the overall match would go to, and there you have it, a Nippon with a beautiful Uchimata, and the 4th win and this round to Ukraine. Oh, nice, nicely done. bit of an overspin on there, but nevertheless, the height, very dynamic.
Tatami 3, next contest. Women under 57 kilogram category. In white for Germany, Amelie Stoll. In blue for Republic of Korea, Kim Jandi. Ladies and gentlemen, Tatami 2. Next contest.
Well, nicely controlled there.
Please welcome in white judo.
So that was the decider of this round, which was 4-0, and anything over the 3 means that the team obviously wins outright. There's no other way for the opposition to come back. And the Ukraine will go through to the next round, the second round, where they will be up against Japan, who had a bye in the first round.
And please welcome on Tatami 2, in blue judogis, team of Uzbekistan.
Kettes számú szőnyegen kék judoruhában érkezik Üzbegisztán csapata.
Tatami 1 with the final score 4-0. The winner in blue judogis, team of Ukraine.
Kettes számú szőnyegen az első mérkőzést a szőnyegre áll, plusz 70 kg-ban, fehér judoruhában, Szigetvári Mercedes, ellenfele kék judoruhában. Iriskon Kulkun Bayer.
So as we get the next round ready, this will be between Brazil and Kazakhstan. And Brazil and Kazakhstan are in Pool C, in the top part of Pool C. Whoever goes through in that round, the first round, will be meeting either Hungary or Uzbekistan. The Brazilians have put in a very strong team. And starting off very strong is Althima, who took a bronze medal yesterday and qualified herself for the Olympic Games. You also have David Mura, who's the second strong representative. Nascimento in the under 57s. Barbosa in the under 73s. The under 70 kilos representative is Portela, and the under 90s is Santos. On the other side for Kazakhstan, Velikash in the plus 70s.
And in blue judogis,
Kazibayev in the plus 90s. Nishinbayeva in the under 57s. Genulin in the under 73s. Narinova in the under 70 kilos. And Muzapronov in the under 90 kilos. Well, for both teams, very, very strong lineup. And very, very different styles of fighters. I think the advantage here for Brazil, though, is that they have the first two athletes out are their heavyweights, and we know the Brazilians are very strong in their heavyweight division, and Althima will be very quietly confident. But both these athletes fought in the plus 78, so it's more of an even match, unlike the last match that we saw with IGF and Ukraine, that some were sort of very lightweight, especially with the IGF, against their opponents that were obviously in the plus 100s and plus 78s for women. Velikash there in the blue, taking a bit second best there, and Althaman there, attempting a makekomi, but part of, that we saw her yesterday, and not only was it very physical, but an emotional day for this Brazilian, for all reasons. The pressure was on her. Souza battled away for a place at the Olympic Games, just below her in the world ranking, took the first bronze medal, and that really meant that Althima had to do something special against Ortiz, who she had been defeated 16 times in a row, and possibly more, but on record that what we had seen, there was 16 times that they had met. So overall, having to come back from that to beat Ortiz in that bronze medal, the emotions and the adrenaline that was running through the body of this Brazilian, to come out here today and feel fresh and revived after such a strenuous day, and she's doing extremely well. Wazari scored, and only 10 seconds required now to get Wazari Assetti upon, and to now put her team, Brazil, in the lead.
Az egyes számú szőnyegen az első pontot Brazília csapata szerzi. Győz Maria Sulen Altaman. Egyes számú szőnyegen plusz 90 kg-val lép szőnyegre Brazília színeiben. David Mura ellenfel a Kazaksztán képviselő.
So now we have David Mura in the white for Brazil. Kazibayev representing Kazakhstan in the blue. Well, as you would expect for the big man, very strong gripping style for both these athletes. Kazakhstan taking a more of a cautious approach to this contest. Uchimata from David Mura, 33 years of age. As we know, fights out at the plus 100 kilos. Same as his opponent. Another attempt of an Uchimata as he was pressured on the edge of the contest area. In Kazakhstan, the individuals was a bronze medal and also second in the Pan American Championships this year. But has been a world senior silver medalist in 2017 in Budapest. So a lucky place for him. He'll be wanting to do well here for his team. Although he missed out on the individual medals. It'd be quite nice to be part of this World Championships and a winning team. Kazibayev just caught in the face there. Has two Shidos on the board, really has to do something special now. He's been under a bit of pressure here against his opponent. Comes in for the Ouchigari there, nice attack. Nice footwork from David Mura. Moves almost like a lightweight there as he skips around the mat, trying to expose his opponent and break the balance and the defensive posture of his opponent. The Kazakhstan, the Uchimata though, that was a nice attack there and almost a score. So although Mura has dominated right from the beginning, is starting to show some weakness here in the last minute of this contest. Kazibayev feels there's a possibility of an opening here. He is two Shidos, which does mean that the pressure is on him, but oh, pressure on. David Mura comes in with the Sianagi, nicely executed. Timing just perfect, and the Kazakhstan just failed to see that one there, couldn't stop it, and accepts defeat there in this second round. So 2-0 now to Brazil.
Ezzel az állás az egyes számú szőnyegen 2 Brazília, 0 Kazaksztán.
Now coming up for Brazil is Nascimento, 32 in the world ranking.
Pontot szerez Dél-Korea csapatának. Az állás 2 Dél-Korea, 0 Németország.
Latest results in the individual, Nascimento Pan American Open this year was gold medalist in Pan American Championships, silver. And she's up against Nishinbayeva in the blue. Very strong gripping style from the Kazakhstan there. She draws opponent on, but Nascimento changes direction, scores a wazari, but also now finds herself on the receiving end of some nifty niwaza there as the Kazakhstan looks for the Judo Tatami. But she manages to stay strong in the ground and unaffected by that last exchange. Oh, lovely Ouchigari for Nascimento. Almost had her there for that second wazari. Nishinbayeva now really has to put a couple of attacks in. She came in and looked for the Osotogari and decided to change her mind. Big mistake. As she came out, Nascimento was there waiting for her. Both look to have very strong gripping style. Nascimento comes in again once more for the Ouchigari. Nishinbayeva looks for the shimiwaza, but she's holding on to, there's no attempt of any work being done for the niwaza. She was just bear hugging her opponent into the niwaza just to keep her down, rather than feel that she was going to be under pressure from Nascimento in the niwaza. But it didn't look like there was anything coming from Nascimento either. Past the halfway mark, 2-0 for Brazil. Nascimento once more comes through. She takes the lead already with the wazari, but here Nascimento looks a little bit scary down there in the niwaza. Nascimento has to be very careful. She's had a couple of times there's been some warnings about that niwaza, and I think if I had those warnings, I'd be a little bit reluctant to stay too long in the niwaza against the Kazakhstan. Nishinbayeva picks up the first Shido. She also trails with the wazari. Nascimento's confidence in this match must be increasingly improving. It's not easy coming into a team event after doing your individual competition. There'll be a lot of scrapes and bruises and muscle pain for the physical and emotional efforts that went through these athletes in the individual. Emotionally If they've had a good day, it's just trying to come back down off that cloud. If they've had a bad day, it's trying to pick themselves back up from the disappointment of their own individual performances. But this is where passion comes into it. They're fighting for their country. They're fighting as a team. It's not just about them now personally. It's what they can bring to the table here collectively. Lisenbayeva looking for the Ashiwaza, the Kosota to try and open up, the Osotagari. Nascimento, with only 9 seconds remaining, looks in a comfortable position unless she makes some silly error in this last seconds. She will get the 3rd win for Brazil. Well, there you have it. Brazil lead 3-0 to Kazakhstan.
Tatami won the winner in white judo for Brazil, Nascimento. The score between the teams of Brazil and Kazakhstan is 3-0 for Brazil.
Now coming up, there's some of the highlights. That was the Wazari we saw earlier on in the contest. No Sota Makakomi. The upper body was a little bit out of sync, but still the power generated in the attack itself was enough to give her that win. Now we've got Eduardo Barbosa coming up now for Brazil there in our screen. And we have Gaynulin for Kazakhstan. Angazbek. Gaynulin comes in straight away. An attempt of a Sutemi Waza. Great start. Now, this could be the turning point for the Kazakhstan team. For the Brazilians, they only need this last win to go through to the next round. So this is the crunch point for both teams. Can Barbaros take the 4th win, putting their team through to the 2nd round? Well, Gaynulin started off extremely well, set the pace of this contest. A Sasai, beautifully done. Scoring a Wazari, spectacular. Sasai Sukurukomiyashi then follows through into the Niwaza, looking for that Juji Katami. The Brazilian holding on very tight. I think he's cupping his own leg to keep his opponent from levering onto his arm and taking the arm out. Defended well on that arm lock, but he has now an uphill battle against Gaynulin. Gaynulin, oh, nice Ashiwaza there from Barbosa. Took his opponent off guard, and you really can't take your thought process or your eye off your opponent for any split second, and I think that's where the Kazakhstan did, just for that moment, and it could have been costly for him, but he survived it. Barbosa came in for an attempt of a Sionagi. Well, we're just coming up to the halfway mark, so plenty of time for the Brazilians to come back. Oh, yes. Well, that was a change of direction. A Seoinage switched to the Kouchi. I would have said that was a score. It'd be interesting to see that one again. But for the split second, it was on our screen. For me, it looked like a score. Well, they obviously said no. It would have been interesting to see that one again. It was very, very sharp indeed. Possibly a pause between the two exchanges. High collar grip there for Barbosa, drawing his opponent down onto his knees. Let's have a look at this. No, there was a Seoinage attempt, but the second exchange was from Genulin. Well, Genulin looks to be in trouble. He is in the lead, but he's still got 1 minute and 43 seconds remaining in this contest. Can he hang on? Well, not if Barbosa has anything to do with it. He comes in for an attack. Now, Genulin works his way in the Niwaza, rightly so, as the clock ticks away. It's the best place for him to be in, especially if there's a niggly trouble there for him as far as an injury is concerned. Not quite sure what's going on with the athlete, but he definitely isn't the same sparky athlete we saw in the opening minutes of this contest. Something's happened, not quite sure what it is.
Tatami 3, next contest.
Maybe he's just blown a gasket and that's it. His energy level's just gone down, but Barbosa's energy levels have started to raise, and no Chigari there. Well, thought it might have been a score, but the elbow hit the ground first, so Genulin did extremely well to defend against that Ouchigari. Barbosa still to get a score on the board, but he's chasing hard and pressurizing his opponent. An attempt of a Sutemi Waza for Genulin. More of a ploy to get him down into the Niwaza. He doesn't really want to be up on his feet at all. He's struggling up there. Best place for him is the ground. He knows it. Barbosa knows it, and he'd be wanting to really keep him up in the Tachi Waza. He's got the capability of throwing again a Sutemi Waza attempt. Good strong attack as he draws him down, and again the seconds tick away in the favor of the Kazakhstan. Well, he looks to be holding his back slightly there, so maybe that is the problem, that he's got a niggly back injury. Oh, it was a bit of a collapse there for Genulin. To the frustration of Barbosa, he'll not be able to get out there, and he'll not be able to give himself enough time to come back at this stage. 9 seconds to go. He needs to even this up to go in for a golden score. Does he have enough time? Genulin will just back off. There is no Shidos on the board, so even a drop out of would not affect him. There you have it. Sutemi Waziri will gain a Shido for that. But with 4 seconds to go, it's not going to make much of a difference unless a sharp attack evens this up, and that's not going to happen. Barbosa, as you can see, the frustrating reaction from the Brazilian means that the hopes of the Kazakhstan team is still alive, with 2-1 now the score.
Tatami 1, winner in blue for Kazakhstan, Aksarbek Gaynulin. The score on tatami 3, on tatami
So a great match for Genulin and the Kazakhstan team.
tatami 3.
But now we have another strong anchor for the Brazilian team, and that is with Maria Portela.
For Republic of Korea,
Nice technique there. Sasai, beautifully executed. Each time you see it, just looks better.
So once again, score on
So the Kazakhstan team needed that.
3-1.
But this is, again, like I said, an anchor for Brazil. Maria Portela, strong athlete in the under 70 kilos. Nariova. Can the hopes for the Kazakhstan stay alive a little bit longer? Part of me feels possibly not. A lift there for Portela as she now ventures down into the Niwaza, looking for, well, it looks like well, it looked like she was going for the arm lock and attempted the osakomi, but didn't have the amount of control that she required. It's 3-1. One more win for the Brazilians will take them through to the next round. Narinova there fighting extremely hard against a very experienced athlete for the Brazilian team. Here we have a bit of a turnover happening here now. Again, just a little bit slow on the uptake for Portela. Needs to be a little bit sharper in a Niwaza. But like I say, it's been a long, long week for these athletes. For us, it's been exhausting watching the energy that's gone through and the emotional roller coaster we've seen from these athletes. It takes its toll on the players themselves. Portela working her opponent on the edge of the contest area, setting her up, looking to create a reaction from Kazakhstan. She stood her grounds. She knew that she was in danger, but she wasn't about to put herself in more danger by moving onto Portela. She stood firmly within the area, fully aware of the dangers that she was in. Past the halfway mark, coming up to the last minute and a half in this contest. Well, although Portela is on paper the stronger of the two athletes matched up here in this fourth round, she's not getting her own way here. A Shido apiece for both athletes. Narinova needs to put in a couple of attacks here. Well, I think if Portela doesn't win this match, I'm quite sure they will be a little bit edgy going into the last two. I think they were relying heavily on this win. 23 seconds remaining. We're into the last half minute. Only a Shido apiece. Very even match. Naranova doing extremely well here. Both, again, picking up a Shido each. 2 apiece now. Either one of these athletes make a mistake, they forfeit the match. Portello, strong grip, moves her opponent, puts her under pressure as Naranova backs off the edge of the contest area.
Golden score, Tatami 1.
Now into golden score. Portela playing a bit of a chasing game now, trying to get her opponent, Naranova, backs off again, has to put in a couple of attacks now. Otherwise she'll pick up the third and final Shido. Portela working off that sleeve this time. Works with the feet to create an opening. Naranova looks to come across with a big attack with the legs, but again, hasn't really got much control on the sleeves against her opponent, Portela. Both opting for the same thing, head-to-head, but Portela using the sleeve grips more to her advantage than Naranova is doing herself. So that's 2 strong attacks for Portela. Naranova really now has to put in 1 for the first exchange to keep the referee off her back. Backs off. Again, looking for the ultimate grip. She's got a good strong grip here, enters for the Uchimata. Comes in. Well, this will keep the pressure off for a little while anyway. And Portela now has to put an attack, but that is definitely the grip that Naranova should be using, the arm, right arm over the back. She was able to get in deep there and also be able to do some judo. Up until now, she's been playing second best. Again, another strong attack from Naranova and a Makakomi. One more like that. Portela might be in trouble. Well, Naranova, with those last two exchanges, will actually be a lot more confident than what she was when she first came into this contest. Like I said, as we went into this contest, we would have been looking at Portela being the anchor for this contest, a win in the bag for them. But this hasn't been the case. 2 minutes in golden score. Both have 2 Shidos apiece. And Naranova, once again, a third strong attack against her opponent, Portela. Now, Portela really has to do something special now here. She has to put one in. And it has to be a strong, positive attack. If she doesn't, the Shido will go on her side for sure. As you can see, advice from her teammates and her coach is to keep the pressure on. The heads of the Brazilian team are starting to drop in disbelief. Well, Portela needs to put one in. Again, that was an attack. Whoa, that was a Wazari. She clipped the shoulder of Portela, and Naranova brings this up to 3-2. Well, this has been a real turnaround. Like we said in the opening, The first two matches was in the favor of the Brazilians. They had two strong, world-class athletes taking center stage. Then it started to go down a little bit. Barbosa then lost against Genulin, which brought the hopes back up to Kazakhstan. Now, Portela, who was most probably a win in the bag for this team, looks to have been defeated against Naranova. From that angle, it looked like it was in, but we didn't see the landing of the shoulder of Portela. Did she manage to escape? Well, if she has, she really has a lot of work to do, because Naranova has really been up on the attacks and has changed the dynamics in the golden score to be dominant, playing the more dominant role in the golden score. Well, she doesn't even get a chance. Naranova takes the win with a Wazari in golden score. (3-2). Well, it's all down to the last man, Eduardo Santos.
Ladies and gentlemen, on Tatami 3,
the Sultan
between the teams of Germany and the Republic of Korea now is
Mazaparov
now,
for Kazakhstan.
Draw for the golden score contest. Please pay attention to the screen.
Hölgyeim és uraim, az állás a 3-as számú szőnyegen Németország és Dél-Korea csapata közt döntetlen. Kérem, fordítsák figyelmüket a nagy képernyő felé, ahol kisorsolják a Golden Score súlycsoportját.
Tatami 3, the golden score contest, women under 57 kilogram category.
Well, here we have Santos in white, Muzaparov in the blue.
In white judogi for Germany, Amelie Stoll. In blue for the Republic of Korea, Kim Jong-di.
Well, Santos needs to win this for them to go through automatically to the next round. If they don't, well, there'll be a draw of lots, and who will do the final match, to the final deciding match of this contest, and that could be any one of the 6 athletes. Bit of a lottery if they leave it to this. Santos picks up the first Shido. Muzaparov had a great individual performance in this World Championships. Santos coming in with the Ouchigari. Still not content to finish it there. Came over the belt, looks for that Oso Tamakukomi on the edge of the contest area. Muzaparov just defended enough to get out of trouble. 2 minutes, 43 seconds remaining.
Tatami 3, the winner of the golden score contest. In blue judogi representing Republic of Korea, Kim Jong-di.
Great effort though, it was 3-2-0 after 3-5.
Tatami 3 with the final score 4-3. The winner in blue judogis, team of Republic of Korea.
Well, Santos still with the Shido. We're coming up to the halfway mark in this contest. Muzaparov drops underneath his opponent there for a Yoko Satemiwaza.
Kettes számú szőnyegen pontot szerez Üzbegisztán csapatának. Hulnoza Matnyazova. Ezzel Üzbegisztán csapata átveszi a vezetést. Az állás Magyarország 2 pont, Üzbegisztán 3 pont.
Santos, countered there. No score, but very dynamic. Got the rotation, but didn't get the landing planted as well as he wanted.
Kilogramos küzdelem következik a 2-es számú szőnyegen. Szőnyegre lép Magyarország színeiben Sátrány Péter. Ellenfel az Üzbegisztán színeit képviselő Sermuhamad Jandreev.
1 minute 18 seconds remaining in this contest. A crucial match for the Brazilians. A win here would take him automatically through to the next round. If not, it's down to the luck of the draw on who goes to fight the 7th match. Uchigari. Oh, Wazari! Now, Muzaparov takes the lead, and this will bring this up to 3-all. What a comeback from the Kazakhstan team. An amazing turnaround. And this is where the draw, when they do the draw at the beginning and then rotate it around in order, makes it so much fairer, because at the end of the day, if you have 2 very strong athletes right at the beginning, then it does pile the pressure. But if that is the continuous lineup from round to round, then it makes it really hard for other teams to compete against that. And the confidence of a team starts to change dramatically. But having that rotation means that someone who's always got in their team a strong anchor man or woman that could start the trend rolling in a positive way, rather than in a chasing format. Well, what a turnaround. This is the man of the match for the Kazakhstan. Muzaparov beats Santos to bring it into line of 3-all. Now the draw will be made, and what weight category will be pulled to fight the 7th match, the deciding match of this contest. And there's the highlights. Well, the first 3 matches were won by Brazil. The last 3 matches under extreme pressure. And a wonderful comeback for Kazakhstan. Now, this is the dramatical side of this team event, where the draw will be made and it will come up on the big screen. No one knows what's going to happen.
Golden score contest. Please pay attention to the screen.
As you can see, the athletes, the Kazakhstan team have to look behind. The Brazilian team can see it very clearly, the big screen up there. We're all looking. The IJF symbol is there at the moment. Oh, the tension, now it comes. What will it be? Minus 70 kilos, can you believe it? Well, Portela was an anchor for the team and failed to deliver the first time round. Can this be a little bit calmer? She gets a second chance to redeem herself. Well, we've just got to wait and see. It's just going to be an interesting match indeed. Naranova came back well in this match. Portela started off so strong, but as the match went on, and especially into golden score, it was Naranova that caught Portela right at the end to take the win, and what dramatically made a turnaround in this competition for the Kazakhstan. Well, Portela, one of the more mature athletes in her team. Yeah, one. Well, you just love it when it gets to this. And it is about sudden death. Golden score, first score is the winner.
The difference in weight, in height.
None of this 4 minutes. It's just whoever gets the first score. Portela there, an attempt of a technique which was a little bit out of her reach. Had to really overstretch.
Versus the Netherlands.
Takes the grip, but there Naranova comes round the back, and that's where she's dangerous. She knows that that is a winning ingredient for her, but Portela has that sleeve, trying to control it as well as stay actively involved in this contest. Portela. Oh! Yes! Well, Portela will be delighted with that. A comeback. She would have been disappointed in the first match, but now revenge is sweet, and takes her team and brings back some pride to herself of that win. And Brazil goes through 4-3 to the next round. Well, that was definitely a very interesting match, an enjoyable match, I must say, between these two teams. Very close indeed.
Tatami won the final score 4-3, and the winner in white judo is Timo.
So the results so far, well, Ukraine in Pool A went through to the next round. In Pool B, Russia defeated Mongolia.
Negyeddöntő következik a 2-es számú szőnyegen, vegyes csapatversenyben.
Pool C, Brazil defeated Kazakhstan. And the decider of the others are going to be coming up very shortly. They're in play right now. France and Netherlands, well, it's 1-0 to France at this moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tatami 2. This is the first quarter final. Welcome in white judokas, team of Japan.
Well, this is the first of the quarter-final matches. As I said at the beginning, Japan had a bye in the first round. They're up against Ukraine. Now, you would say, based on the individual performances, Japan has got to be the favourite for a gold medal here in this World Championship team event. There's got to be, you would say. But it is all about the individual performances as a team collectively. And as we've seen, like Brazil had a good, strong team coming in, and on paper, most probably was the stronger of the two to come through to the second round, but they didn't get it that easy. It actually went to sudden death. And Portela, although she lost her match in the round, came back to defeat her opponent a second time round and win the place in the second round for Brazil. So it just shows you that it is an open competition and anything can happen.
Tatami 1. Next contest, first round. Please welcome in white judokas, team of Cuba.
Egyes számú szőnyegen első fordulós csapat találkozón. Fehér judoruhában.
So now we're covering on Tatami 1 is Cuba versus Georgia. Now, again, the men will be very dominant for Georgia, and the women will be very dominant for Cuba. So this is a bit of a 50-50 mix-up here.
Tatami 3, the winner in white.
And it is about who can gel together. The lineup.
Second point for France versus the Netherlands.
Sumakishvili, Sofia of Georgia in the blue. She's up against Ortiz in the white, and we know Ortiz just missed out on a medal yesterday. Most probably one of the first times that she has, because she's one of the most consistent, strong performers in the plus 78s. Both these athletes generally fight in the plus 78s, but as we know, this is a plus 70 category. So we can get anyone that's over 70s and above, and both these ladies normally fight in the super heavyweight division. Well, Ortiz, both these athletes need an injection of life, and you can't blame them. They've just literally, unlike the others, they've had a couple of days, or a day at least, to recuperate. Unlike the super heavyweights, that their performance was over and done with last night around about 7 o'clock. So recuperate, they've had very little. They've not even had a sort of a 24-hour turnaround. So some of them will be feeling that the sort of the aches and pains that come with performing at that level. Ortiz, I'm quite sure, feels a little bit rough on the edges, but she's a very passionate lady and passionate for Cuba, and so many will be relying on this win for the Cuban team. But as we know with the Georgians, they also are a very passionate team, but they are such a strong, knit team. They work, they blend, support each other. It's like the ultimate big judo family. But it's looking extremely difficult now for Georgia because there's 2 Shidos on the board. Ortiz has got 1. We've gone past the halfway mark now. Still a long way to go, and Sonkishvili really has some work to do, and her team will be encouraging her all the way. I think they do realize that this was always going to be a tall order to get this win. They'll be looking for Zalalishvili to even this up against Andy Granda. And there you have it, Hansokimaki, Sonkishvili for Georgia. So 1 win for Cuba. Well, she's done her job. She can now step back and encourage the rest.
Cuba versus Georgia.
Zalashvili has got to be the favorite for this win. So this is what we were saying. The balance here is a bit of a 50-50. You've got the women that are very strong for Cuba, but you've got the men that are the strong anchors for the Georgian team.
Tatami 1, next contest, men over 90 kilogram category. In white for Cuba, Andy Granda. In blue for Georgia, Kata Zalalishvili.
Az állás a 2-es számú szőnyegen 1-0 Japániával.
Well, if Granda can win this, then the Georgian team are in trouble.
Most küzdelem következik a 2-es számú szőnyegen. Fehér judo ruhában Funakiko Haruka, ellenfele kék judoban Maria Skora.
Well, the close encounter there. The Georgians love this style as they draw in off the belt. A real wrestling, grappling move. Granda prefers the more open approach, creating a space for himself. But he comes round the back, is looking possibly for that Ouchi-Uchimata combination. But Zalalishvili comfortable in invading the personal space of the Cuban here.
Tatami 3, the winner in white judogi, representing France.
Second Shido for Cuba.
The score between the teams of France and the Netherlands on Tatami 3 now is 3.
The one thing though with Granda, he's actually got some very nice skills, which does, when he's capable of throwing and throwing big, can make him dangerous if he gets the opportunity. So Zalalishvili has got to be very, very careful. Cannot provide any space for Granda to come through. Has to close this up. At the moment, he doesn't have a grip on his opponent, unlike Granda, who's got a very strong anchor grip there on the lapel. Well, he did have. Zalishvili, a little bit of a stumble there, but turns his back Not one of the nicest looking attacks for what seemed to be an attempt of a Makikomi. Just most probably felt he was in a little bit of trouble there and thought that was the only option that he had or could take at that time. Comes round the back now. This is where the Georgians are dangerous. That controlling arm round the back for the counter. Granda. Oh, there he has it. There's the Wazari. Zalishvili takes the lead. Comes round the back. Granda tried to escape from there, but the control around the back didn't give him the option to maneuver himself out of that position and change direction. And that's the danger of allowing the Georgian round the back. Well, Granda now needs to do his judo, and he has got good judo. He's got the Ouchigari, he's got the Uchimata, he's got some very good skills, and now he's down. He's got to really open up. We're into the last 40 seconds, two Shidos to one. Granda not in the best position to be in, but he could turn this round, but not based on that performance, he won't. The clock ticks away. The Georgians know exactly how to play this match. Look busy, do nothing, but the clock will tick away. And as you can see, Granda looking, he's got 17 seconds. Now he's got to go big or go home. Now you want a little bit of passion being injected here for Andy Granda. The defensive action, you can see the arms dug out deep into the rib cage of the Cuban, and you wouldn't blame him. He done what he needed to do. He got the score. He'd done enough work throughout the 4 minutes, and a well-deserving win for the Georgian, which brings it up to 1 each.
Tatami 1, the winner in blue judo representing Georgia, Kata. So Tatami 1, Cuba 1, Georgia 1.
Well, this is happening now. Great throw, but it's against the rules.
Tatami 1, next contest, women under 57 kilogram category. In white judo for Cuba, Arnaise Odeline Garcia. In blue for Georgia, Eten Libarteliani.
Odeline Garcia in the white for Cuba, up against Libarteliani in the blue. Whoa, what a score! Libarteliani now takes the lead for Georgia. Nicely done. Would have thought that was, it looked so close to being Ippon. Odeline Garcia not getting her own way in this contest, being overpowered by the Georgian, Libarteliani. Who already takes the lead in the opening seconds of this contest. The overall score, 1 apiece.
it. 40 seconds to go. You see that
Mínusz 70 kg-ban következik a küzdelem, 2-es számú szőnyegen. Szőnyegre lép Japán színeiben Nizoe Saki, ellenfel az ukrajnát képviselő Natalia Kuszjakova.
Lepateliani over the top there, looks to create something here. Can she come in and finish it off? Well, she's working on it. Odelin Garcia now really has to try and step it up a pace or two. She's been completely dominated right from the word go in this contest by Lepateliani. Odelin working on the edge of the contest area, coming very deep there, but sadly run out of space.
Tatami 3, the winner in white judo gi, representing France, Joan Benjamin Kaba.
Again, aggressive approach to this match. Lepateliani really hasn't given an inch against her Cuban opponent. She's constantly been on her case, very aggressive in her gripping style, and also piling in the attacks wherever she has the opportunity. So we've got the last minute coming up now. It's still the same. Lepateliani leads with a Wazari, but also has dominated. But Odelin, when she gets that high collar grip, those long limbs can be quite dangerous if she gets the opportunity. And still, for the Cuban, the determination is still there. She still drives forward. But unfortunately, she's always been on the sort of reaction rather than taking control at all in this contest.
Negyeddöntőben győz 4-0 arányban Ukrajna ellen Japán csapata.
Odelin Garcia now piles a bit of pressure on in the last stages of this contest. 15 seconds to go. She's looking dangerous. Can she step it through for the Osota? Tries to change direction at that little crucial point. But Lepateliani remains in the lead, when now there's very little time for the Cuban to come back now. As the clock ticks away, Lepateliani for Georgia takes another win, bringing Georgia in the lead with 2-1. Now we have the under 73s, the fourth match, and this is against Estrada in white for Cuba, Tatashvili for Georgia in the blue.
The score between the teams of Cuba and Georgia on Tatami 1 now is 2-1 for Georgia.
Lovely Kosota, nicely done, broke down the defences of the Cuban right at the early stage, and the Cuban just could not rescue it. Estrada here now for white, up against Tatishvili in the blue. Now this win for Georgia will really put the pressure on.
Tatami 3, the winner in white judogi. Neutral athlete representing RJF, Alen Svoborevo. First point for RJF.
Well, to be honest, this is the win that Georgia needs. Tatishvili needs this win, because the last two, well, we've said it before, but on paper, the last two are strong contenders for Cuba.
Tatami 3, next contest, women under 57 kilogram category. In white,
the Cure Lasha is strong, so they will be looking for their anchor man at the end. But Silva Morales is also a very strong contender at that weight category. And if the Cubans were going to rely heavily on any of the male athletes, it would be Silva Morales. Would be the one they would turn to for a win. Georgians have had, as far as an individual performance throughout the week, they've had an amazing competition in the individuals. And that success has got to boost their confidence no end going into this team event. Tatishvili looks for the Makikomi. Estrada staying very strong, firm on his feet. Comes in with the Sianagi, which was a nice entry, but leaves himself a little bit vulnerable there in the Niwaza. Georgian piling a bit of pressure on Estrada there. Well, 1 minute and a half remaining. Georgia needs this win. Well, they need this win, and that's based on my calculations of what I can see in the next two matches, but definitely they need this one. They can't really rely on the last two matches after Tatishvili. Tatishvili there defending. You can see it pushing on the rib cage there. Estrada doing a lot of work. Looking very busy, but still hasn't had much of an impact on the amount of effort that he's put in. It doesn't relay on the scoreboard, the amount of work that's been put in up to now. All I can say is most probably the forearms are pumped to hell there. There really are. The adrenaline running through the body of Estrada against the strong Georgian. Inside grip for Estrada, and sacrifice technique there. Tatishvili was waiting for it, scores a Wazari, and the score has gone to the other side, but let's have another look at that. No, it was definitely Tatishvili takes the Wazari, not Estrada, although he would like to feel that he could take onus for it. He left himself a little bit vulnerable there as he came in for that Sienagi. It wasn't tight and it wasn't controlling enough. And this is the danger when you give an inch. The Georgians will just completely take full advantage of those mistakes. Well, great timing for Tatishvili to score on his opponent, and that was a crucial match for the Georgians, bringing that up to 3-1. The last two matches now have to be won by Del Toro Cavallera and Silva Morales. They need to win for this to be a draw. Any mistakes now for the Cuban team? They are out.
The score between the teams of Cuba and Georgia on the Tatami one now is 3-1 for Georgia. Next contest on
the winner of this match will go on to compete against France in the quarterfinal.
Representing Cuba, Maylin Del Toro.
Well, if you wanted anybody out there fighting in your corner, you want this young lady, Del Toro Cavallera.
It's under 73 category. In white for RJF, Denis Yartsev. In blue for Korea, An Jun Sang.
Centuria for Georgia in the blue.
Great fighter, but if you see his tactics and his techniques.
Centuria looking very strong indeed. Powerful as she tries to come round the waist of Del Toro, who's got the high collar grip. The defensive arm there. Well, the Georgian will pick up a Shido if she continues with that move, but she's gutsy. There's no doubt about it. The Georgian, she could be the one that saves the day here. She wins this, she wins the match for the Georgians, and Cuba are out. Well, the Cubans really encourage Del Toro. Del Toro Cavallera coming in for a Sienagi there. Blocked, anticipated well by the Georgian. Centuria playing a very strong match here against a tough opponent. Hooks in with the Ouchigari, changes direction from left to right. As much as we say the Cuban women are very powerful, strong, good condition, we could say exactly the same with the Georgian women. Over the years, the Georgian women have really gone from strength to strength and been truly contenders on the world circuit. Come past the halfway mark now. Would you have said it would have gone this far? No, but now looking at the Georgian athlete, she really is working extremely hard, and she's Looks like she's got the shimmy waza there. Looks a bit awkward for the Cuban.
Tatami 3, the winner in white judogi. Neutral athlete representing RJF, Denis Yartsev. The score is 3-0 for RJF versus Republic of Korea.
Part of you thinks, well, some of the performances are a little bit flat, and rightly so. Some of these athletes have had to go through more rounds in the individual than others that possibly had gone out in the first round. And Del Toro comes in with a Seoinage almost countered by the Georgian, who now works away again in the Niwaza.
In blue for Korea, Han Hee-joo.
The Georgian coach almost out of his box. Well, how nice would it be for the Georgians that one of these women actually wins a round and gets them into the quarter-final stage of this World Team Championships. So 23 seconds, still no score though. Again, it could go either way. We can't write off the Cuban, the experienced athlete that she is, but she has had, it's not one of the motivated matches that we've seen from her. She's looking a little bit flat out there, and obviously the individual took its toll out, but there's a nice entry there for the Seoinage, just on the bell. So, the Cuban coach, I'm quite sure, is most probably saying to Del Toro Caballero, look, you're capable of doing it. Just look what you've just done. It was so close and yet so far. Come on, wake up. And sudden death now with the golden score. Centuria looking very strong, showing her that lapel, and yes, what an exchange. I love that. She showed the lapel, let her have it, and then fired that arm over the top and almost whacked her head off her shoulders. So confident in what she was going to do next, really was one step in front of the Cuban on that exchange. Comes round the back, which, as we know with the Georgians, they love this. Tries to counter her opponent, digs in really deep there. And still has that ability to swagger back into the center of the contest mat. Del Toro Caballero is most probably thinking, what on earth do I have to do to get this over the line? Well, as you can see, the defenses of the Georgians is down, that the arms are trailing. And but she comes round the back, and when she gets started, the power that's generated through that grip swings Del Toro around in circles. An effortless movement that just shows you the power of the Georgian. Again, she comes round the back, very dangerous for the Cuban. They're looking for Shido Blue, but as far as I'm concerned, Blue is doing extremely well out there. This Georgian has given everything. She's dominated the grips. She's been the most dangerous out of the two of them. Del Toro comes in with another Seoinage, but Judo will go to Georgia, but for me, I don't think that means much. She just needs an opportunity in a counter, and she will then. There was an opportunity just like that. There is that glimmer of a threat from the Georgian against the Cuban there. That counter is what I think could be that seals the fate of Cuba. Del Toro, if she's going to put an attack in, it's got to mean a score. If she doesn't, the Georgian will really hammer her for it. 2 minutes, 4 seconds in golden score. Two Shidos on the board for Georgia. Georgia needs to put in maybe an attack here. They've always been a reaction based on Del Toro Caviel making the first engagement. There she comes across. Uchigari, good combination and a counter, and that's what I said. She was there, come in with a half-hearted attack, and she was going to fall. So what a win for Georgia. And the Georgian women saved the day for the team. What a heroine there. So Cuba out. Georgia in to the quarterfinal. And they'll be up against France in that quarterfinal match.
Tatami won with the final score 4-1. The winner in blue judogis, Team of Georgia. Tatami 3, the winner in white judogi, neutral athlete representing RJF, Dali Liloashvili.
The Russian Judo Federation, that's in the semi-final.
Tatami 3 with the final score 4-0. The winner, neutral athletes representing RJF in white judogis. Team of the neutral athletes of RJF goes to the semi-final. Team of Korea will be in the repechage. Tatami 1. Next contest is quarter-final. Welcome in white judokas, Team of Brazil.
Negyeddöntő következik az egy számú szőnyegen. Kérem köszöntsék fehér judo ruhában Brazília csapatát.
And in blue judokas, Team of Uzbekistan.
Ellenfelük kék judo ruhában.
So now we have Brazil and Uzbekistan now in a quarter-final match. We've already seen Japan go into the semi-final out of Pool B, A, and out of Pool B we have the Russian Judo Federation that will meet them in that semi-final. The bottom half of the draw, we've got Pool C, where it's Brazil versus Uzbekistan, and we'll have France versus Georgia out of Pool D. So we're going with the plus 90 kilos to start with. Oh, well, Mura had the lift, but he didn't have the actual finish there. Turaboyev representing Uzbekistan in the blue, David Mura representing Brazil in the white. Looking at the lineup here, it's going to be an interesting one, this one. I really wouldn't want to call it based on how we've seen some of these athletes perform today. Some of them are looking quite tired. David Mura being one of them. But part of me feels that this is one of the wins that he is looking for. Turaboyev coming over the back there on that bit. Oh! A Wazari. Well, I thought that was a Wazari. Not quite sure the falling of it. Yeah, it looked a Wazari from this angle. Oh, it'll get to possibly the... Oh, I'm looking for the score, but I wasn't looking for the nifty little leg grab that was there as well, that took the thunder away from David Mura. Just shows you how sharp our referees truly are. I'm looking for the big throw, I'm looking for a finish, but I'm not actually seeing the nifty little moves that go on beyond that. So, yeah, that's the reason that wasn't a score. If he hadn't touched the leg, he would have been. But David Mura touched below the belt, and then sort of he got hammered with the Shido for it. Although a lot of effort was put into that throw. Comes round the back here. Whoa! Ho, ho. Well, Turaboyev there, very pleased indeed with himself, beating David Mura, which I'm quite sure was the first anchor for the Brazilian team. I think it was the win they were counting on. It was accelerated by David Mura, but I'm not quite sure if it was a 50-50. Did he execute the technique? Was there enough control to steal the thunder of David Mura? Well, the care system are looking at the commission members are really having a good look at that. Part of me feels that David Mura accelerated in the attack. It was his initiation. Turaboyev just happened to be flying in the air and landed on the right time to steal the show, but was there enough control? Well, he started, he's on that belt. No, it wasn't Uzbek's throw. Although he did initiate the first attack, the counter came from David Mura. And although David Mura went down, that acceleration of that move was purely on David's doing and nothing to do with Turaboyev. That would have been an absolute upset, though. As you can see, there's another. Well, I would say that was a score. But no, again, is the lack of control. Turaboyev, obviously a very tall lad, and he's all arms and legs, which is creating. Yes, that was a score. Now, there's no doubt about it. That's a score for David Mura, but David Mura falls on his back and gets held down by Turaboyev. Turaboyev, I can't believe his luck. He's got the Osakumi, and the clock ticks away. No, hold on a minute. They gave the hold down. All right.
Tatami won, the winner of the first contest in Hungary, representing Uzbekistan, Muzaffarbek Turaboyev.
Well, let's have a look at this. Over the back. Yep, he got the Wazari. It was his Wazari. At first we thought it was David Mura, but it wasn't. It was Uzbeks.
Next contest, women under 57 kilogram category.
A win for Uzbek puts them in the lead.
In blue for Uzbekistan, Shukurjon Aminova.
Nascimento here in white for Brazil. She won her first match. And Aminova in the blue. Nascimento now looking for the Niwaza, trying to create opportunity there. Aminova defending very well in the ground. Well, it's a bit of an open match here. It's very difficult to tell how this is going to continue throughout the 4 minutes. Both showing some real strengths out here in this contest. The quarter-final stage of the team event. A place up for grabs in the semi-final. Well, definitely a tough match before both of these athletes. No one really dominating or edging in front. A match that could go either way, but for Brazil, that really to keep their confidence, they need this win to bring it in line and for 1-1. They don't want to be too down at this stage. But Aminova, they're looking strong with that Cianagi movement, drawing Nascimento down into the Niwaza. Well, we're into the last minute now. Both looking for the more dominant grip, and the one that seems to have the edge on that is Aminova. She's got a strong sleeve grip there, working off that nicely as she braces over in a defensive manner, blocking any opening that Nascimento is trying to get right now. She looked for that Ouchigari, but as you can see, she was so far away, it wasn't going to make any impact at all on it. Aminova just seeking medical attention, possibly just it was probably quite minor. It didn't look to run off there to just keep the momentum going. Didn't want to really stop, but obviously had no option. Portela there looking very anxious indeed. It was touch and go in the last match. Portela was drawn from the hat to be the sudden death match. Iliadis there encouraging his team. Well, how inspiring is that, having an Olympic champion as your coach that leads by example. Aminova back now in full action. Nascimoto's had time now to reflect on what's been going on in this quarter-final match. Knows that really a team are relying heavily on and coming back into the play here with a win, which would then even it up.
Golden score, Tatami 1.
Nascimento working away in Niwaza. Doesn't look like there's much opportunity there, although she's bracing hard in trying to get the rotation, but strong defenses of Aminova. Aminova once more over the top for the Makikomi. Again, a little bit loose in the taking of that arm. Nascimento once again trying to find something in the Niwaza. A desperate play here. She's been under pressure right from the word go in this contest. 49 seconds remaining in this contest. For me, Amanova has dominated it from the beginning. There was a couple of opportunities in Niwaza, but Nascimento just not sharp enough to work her way into solving that problem in the Niwaza, which means valuable time being taken up. But Amanova once again seeking medical attention. Not quite sure what it is. She's heavily strapped on the fingers, and don't think it's so much an injury. I think it's most probably to stop a bleed. Very anxious moment right now for the Uzbekistan team. Most probably a match that they didn't expect to dominate as well as they have done. And this would be an amazing win for them at the early stage of this contest. Nascimento straight in, meaning business. Now, this is the first time she has had a more aggressive approach to this contest. It's literally now she said, enough's enough. I need to get this over and done with. She comes over the top. She's looking in now for the Ouchigari. Amanova drawn to her knees, and as you can see, the coach says, yes, that's the right tactic. Come back fighting. You've got the capability of winning this, and a real change of a direction now on the way this contest is going. Amanova dominated it right through. Nascimento has come back in golden score. Well, the pace has slowed down again with Nascimento. Not the right tactics, I don't think. She really, where she came out very aggressive, she didn't allow the Uzbekistan to come in at all and then put her on the back foot of this contest. But she's now allowed a little bit of breathing space for Amanova to take stock of what's going on. 2 minutes now in golden score. Nascimento really has to step it up into the second, third gear even. Difficulty is maintaining it, but it's her way through this very difficult match that she's had up against Amanova. An attempt of an Ouchigari. Had to overstretch herself with the Ouchigari. Wasn't deep enough or strong enough an attack to make an impact. Comes round the back. Uchimata. Dangerous coming out that way. Could do with doubling up Nascimento with Nascimento could do with the doubling up with the Uchimata, the Uchimata combination, rather than just going for the big attack. Well, a real change of tactics has got to come for either one of these athletes. Very predictable throughout the contest. Nascimento started very, very slow, 3 minutes 15 seconds in golden score. Amanova dominated the contest for the 4 minutes, but into golden score has given some hope to Nascimento.
Köszönjük a csapatokat a szőnyegen. Fehér judoruhában küzd Franciaország csapata.
In blue judogies, team of Georgia.
Ellenfele Georgia csapata.
Sianagi there for Amanova. A Shido apiece. 3.5 minutes of golden score. 3.5 minutes plus the 4 minutes. 7.5 minutes of pure anxiety for both these teams, especially for the Brazilians that trail with 1 by 1. Well, a bit of pitter-patter here with grips. Referee's not having none of it. Gives them a second warning, which reflects 2 Shidos now apiece. Oso Tagare, well, she came in quite sneaky and very sharp off that from the mate situation, but sadly didn't have 2 hands on to really finish it. Nascimento attacking with the Ashiwazas, try to break up her opponent. Amanova looking for the Jujikatami. Nascimento too strong in the defense down there. Well, I think this is going to go right to the wire. This is definitely not an easy quarter-final for both these teams. Coming up to the 5 minutes, 9 minutes of a battle between these 2 athletes. The anxiety behind the scenes there with those teams, both really supporting their athlete out there on tenterhook, not knowing which way this will fall. And it'll be a matter of someone's going to collapse with absolute exhaustion. Just tired watching it. Their Sasai attempt. Amanova falls to her face. They are calling Shido, but I think that's a little bit harsh. Although it was aggressive, it was 1 hand on, and it was so off the grip. Anybody of any quality would have stumbled like that. Nascimento, for me, is looking for that 3rd and final Shido to go to Amanova. Amanova attempts a Seanagi, just that little bit too far away. A rotation from Nascimento in the Niwaza. Always looked to be threatening down there, but hasn't come up with anything as yet. Well, 6.5 minutes of golden score. This is just so exhausting to watch for both the athletes and everybody else. The emotions that are running at the side of this contest area with the teams lined up, not knowing who's going to take that second win. Will it be Uzbekistan, which will pile the pressure on? There's the arm coming out. Nascimento, has she left herself vulnerable in the Niwaza? Well, this is the longest contest to date for me, watching and comparing. 7 minutes of golden score, 11 minutes of a match, and still no closer to knowing who's going to go through. I couldn't put a bet on this at all. It can go either way. It really isn't so clear cut. A Makikomi attack there. Amanova. Well, will that be the final? Yes, it is. Well, it was either that or you throw in the towel for both of them. Amanova takes the win for Uzbekistan, which puts Uzbekistan in the lead 2-0.
Pontot szerez Üzbegisztán csapatának. Sukurjon Aminova.
Now we've got Barbosa Eduardo in the under-73s coming up for Brazil. He lost his previous match. He'll be wanting to redeem himself here in this one. And what better time? They need the next result.
Tatami 2, the winner in blue judogi, representing Georgia.
Nomanov, he'll be up against in that match.
Tatami 2, the score, France 1, Georgia 1.
Egyes számú szőnyegen 73 kg-val lép szőnyegre, fehér judoruhában Eduardo Barbosa, ellenfele kék judogiban Obidhon Nomonov.
Barbosa moves nicely on the tatami. He's very light on his feet. Good ashiwazas. A very open player.
In white judogi for France, Juan Benjamin Kaba. In blue judogi for Georgia, Nugzar Katalashvili.
Nomanov quite happy to open up and just relax into this contest, just get a feel of his opponent before he explodes. Both pick up a Shido apiece. Barbosa coming in for a Sianagi. Anticipated well by the Uzbekistan. Spins around and didn't feel or even look he was in any trouble. Barbosa finding himself in the Niwaza situation, but also stalemate in the Niwaza there, but picks up for that defensive, well, false attack really, we should say, with the Sianagi. There's now 2 Shidos down. This is not what Brazil really want. Two Shidos to one. Barbosa walking a very fine line here that could tip in his favor, but also could just tip him over for defeat.
To work more popular.
2-0 at the moment in favor of Uzbekistan. Barbosa chasing Nomanov, just dancing around, working the edge of the contest area. Barbosa knowing that he has to really stay fully engaged, otherwise he'll end up picking up the third and final Shido. But neither one of the athletes are doing anything, which would result in both picking up a Shido and Barbosa obviously losing the match. Sianagi attempt there. Well, that takes the pressure off Nomanov. Well, one thing we do know, this Uzbekistan team will be extremely fit and awesomely strong. Steps across, looks to tie up the upper part of the body, but Barboza defense is too strong, and Nomanov decides that rather than exert so much energy in the Niwaza, he'd be better at standing up and continuing play. Barboza steps across again. The pace, I don't think, is suiting him too well. Every entry, it just seems to be mistimed. Last 18 seconds, but it's 2 Shidos to 1. No score as yet, though. Brazil desperately need this win. Now into golden score, and can Barboza turn this all around? He's been playing a bit of a chasing game, but for the Uzbeks, it's about tactics now, I think. They've just been very busy without putting themselves in any danger, and possibly looking for the third and final Shido to go to Barboza. Barboza trying to create an opening, loosening up that lapel, getting the hips working, creating a space to be able to spin through. But Nomanov quite happy to do the dancing game around here. Very also light on his feet, but very much in control of the situation, to the frustration of Barboza. And I think what we're looking at is a Shido, but possibly both ways, but this still doesn't help Barboza, because that means that the third and final Shido goes to Barboza, Hansokumaki, and the Uzbek takes another win, bringing this to 3-0.
Now the score on Tatami 2 between the teams of France and Georgia is 2-1 for Georgia.
Pontot szerez Üzbegisztánnak Obidwan Nomanov.
Now, here's some of the highlights. Well, it was a very busy match, and there was a couple of moments that Barboza looked strong, but he was playing catch-up throughout the 4 minutes.
Egyes szőnyegen női 70 kg-ban lévő szőnyegre, fehér judohiban Maria Portela, ellenfele kék judo ruhában Gulnoza Matiazova.
Martina Yazova here for Uzbekistan, and we have Portela for Brazil. Martina Zova, very, very strong, upright. Both of them, though, due to not gripping up and taking control, have both picked up a Shido. Been a little bit of a pitter-patter here with the grips. Portela on the receiving end of the Uchimata, but as you can see, looks for the arm lock. Well, the care system, I'm not quite sure whether it's the arm lock. Let's have a look.
performing here are going through the World Championship.
Well, for me, it didn't look that had started in the Tachiwaza. Yeah. Well, it didn't look from this angle the way we've seen it, and so play continues. A Shido apiece, and we're 3 minutes remaining in the contest. Martina Yazova looks very, very strong. Good, strong grip off that lapel. Dangerous when she throws the arm over the top of Portela, making her look quite passive. Well, this will be a Shido for both again. We're only still got 2.5 minutes to go. Well, Martina Yazova having to chase her opponent. Portela off that lapel now. Uzbekistan trying to get the second hand on. Well, both just working off the lapel and high collar grip. Left to right stance. Sutemi was her attempt there. Martina Yazova, more of a desperate attack to try and get past the strong gripping style of her opponent, Portela. With 1 minute, 12 seconds remaining, Portela tries to counter her opponent. But keeps the pressure on. Will try to get in there with the Ouchigari below her opponent's defensive right arm. Well, it has definitely been a battle of the Kumikata, both desperately trying to get the most controlling grip on their opponent. Fires in, totally engaged now, locked in position. This would suit Uzbek, but there you have the Portela digging in and getting the hip in first. But that was a bit of a 50-50. That could have so easily gone. Well, they're just saying it was like the bear hug. Simultaneously, the arms wrapped round her opponent, and a Shido was awarded, which means Martina Yazova takes the win, which is the 4th win, and the match against Brazil.
This is so important.
4-0 arányban győz Brazília Üzbegisztán csapat találkozón. Üzbegisztán csapata.
and they'll be up against the winner that's between France and Georgia, and at the moment Georgia leads 2-1.
Üzbegisztán csapata az elődöntőbe jut, míg Brazília Ligaszágon folytatja.
10 seconds left on the clock. You just need to block out.
Ladies and gentlemen, the preliminary contest on Tatami 1 has finished.
Hölgyeim és uraim, az egyes számú szőnyegen befejeződnek.
Well, that's the action on Tatami 1 finished for now, and we'll be starting shortly with the semi-finals, and still to decide who will be in that semi-final with Uzbekistan. Will it be France or will it be Georgia? At the moment it's looking more and more like Georgia will get through, and they have had a great performance here today. But France have just won their fourth match, and that's with Gahi taking that win, which brings it up to 2-2. So it's going to be a very interesting outcome.
The score between the teams of France and Georgia is equal. Next contest, men under 90 kilogram category. In white for France, Tatami. score on the Tatami 3 is 2-0. The score on the Tatami 3 is 2-0 for Republic of Korea versus. The score on the Tatami 3 is 2. Tatami 3, next contest. Tatami 3, next contest. Tatami 3, next contest. First round. Tatami 3, next contest. Tatami 3, next contest.
Gürcü!
school. In blue judogi for Georgia, Altandim Trigishvili.
Golden score a kettes szőnyegen.
score between the teams of Brazil and Georgia is 3-1 for Brazil. Tatami 3, next contest, women over 70 kilo category. In white judogi for Brazil, Beatriz Souza. In blue judogi for Georgia, Sofio Somkhishvili. Tatami 3, the winner. In white judogi representing Brazil, Beatriz Souza.
Kettes számú szőnyegen Dél-Koreának szerez pontot Han Ju-yo. A pillanatnyi állás a kettes számú szőnyegen 3-1 Dél-Korea javára.
Tatami 3 with the final score 4-1. The winner of the repechage contest in white judogis, team of Brazil. Team of Brazil qualifies for the bronze medal contest.
Kettes számú szőnyegen áll fehér judo ruhában Jelzaveta Kalanina, ellenfele kék judogiban Kim Hae-jun.
Ladies and gentlemen, Tatami 3, it's time for the first semi-final for the mixed teams competition.
Hölgyeim és uraim, 3-as számú szőnyegen elődöntő következik.
Welcome on Tatami 3 in white judogis, team of Uzbekistan.
Kérem, köszöntsék a Tatami
In the blue judogies, Team of France.
És ellenfeleiket kék judoruhában Franciaország csapatát.
Tatami 3, first contest, women under 57 kg category. In white judogi for Uzbekistan, Shukurjon Aminova. In blue judogi for France, Gaetane Dever. score between the teams of Ukraine and Republic of Korea is equal 3-3. Now, we draw the weight category for a golden score contest. Please pay attention to the big screen.
Hölgyeim és uraim, 6 mérkőzést követően döntetlen az állás Ukrajna és Dél-Korea csapat találkozón. Az aranypont mérkőzés súlycsoportjának sorsolása a nagyképernyőn látható.
The golden score contest on Tatami 2, men over 90 kg category. In white judogi for Ukraine, Yakiv Hamo. In blue judogi for Republic of Korea, Kim So-min. Tatami 3, the winner, in blue judogi representing France, Gaëtan Debert. First point for France versus Uzbekistan. Next contest on Tatami 3, men under 73 kg category. In white judogi for Uzbekistan, Obitron Nomonov. In blue judogi for France, Juan Benjamin Gaba. It's time for the semi-final.
Hölgyeim és uraim, elődöntő következik a 2-es számú szőnyegen.
Please welcome the teams on Tatami 2. In white judogis, team of Japan.
Kérem, köszöntsék a szőnyegen Japán csapatát.
In blue judogis, neutral athletes representing RJF.
És ellenfeleiket a kék judoruhát viselő RJF-et.
Tatami 2, first contest, women under 57 kg category.
Az elődöntő első mérkőzésen női 57 kg-ban, szőnyegre lép fehér judoruhában Funakubo Haruka, ellenfele kék judogiban Julia Kazarina.
Tatami 2, the winner in white judogi, representing Uzbekistan, Obidkhon Nomonov. First point for Uzbekistan. The score on Tatami 3 between the teams of Uzbekistan and France now is equal, 1-1. Tatami 3, next contest, women under 70 kg category. In white for Uzbekistan, Gulnoza Matniazova. In blue for France, Marie-Ève Gaillet. 2003. Next contest, men under 90 kilogram category. In white judo gi for Uzbekistan, Muhammad Jandrev. In blue judo gi for France, Francis Damier. Tatami 2, next contest, women under 70 kilo category.
Női 70 kg-os küzdelem következik a kettes tatamin. Szőnyegre lép fehér csudoruhában Nizoe Saki. Ellenfele kék csudokiban Taisia Kireva.
Golden score, Tatami 3. Tatami 3, the winner in blue judogi, representing France, Francis Damier. The score between the teams of Uzbekistan and France on Tatami 3 now is 3-1 for France. Tatami 3, next contest, women over 70 kilo category. In white for Uzbekistan, Rinata Ilmatova. In blue for France, Elena Fontaine. to the final. Team of Uzbekistan will compete for the bronze medals.
A kettes számú szőnyegen az állás 3 mérkőzést követően 3-0 Japán javára.
We also inform you that the preliminary contest on Tatami 3 has finished. Next contest on Tatami 2, men under 90 kg category.
90 kg következik a kettes szőnyegen, fehér judo ruhában Mashiyama Kosuke, ellenfele kék judokiban Mansur Lorsanov.
Team of Japan goes to the final. Neutral athletes representing RJF will compete for the bronze medals. So the final for the world. Dear competitors, we remind you the final walk for the last day. World Judo Championships under 2021 starts at 5.
Well, hello and welcome to our roundup of all the action that took place in the team event just a couple of minutes ago behind me here at the Pap Laszlo Stadium on the final day of competition at these World Championships. Yes, as I said, it's the team event. We'll just run through quickly the results and then give you the lineup for the medal matches. The number one seeds, Japan, they had a bye in the first round. And the first of the matches that we got to see was Ukraine with a 4-0 win over the IJF refugee team. It was then a 4-0 win for the neutral athletes representing the RJF over Mongolia, 4-0. And then it was Germany overcoming the Republic of Korea in a golden score matchup. Beg your pardon, Korea overcoming Germany in a golden score matchup 4-3. Korea going into Republic of Korea going into the quarterfinal. Brazil, Kazakhstan, well, it was the Brazilians who overcame the Kazakh team. They too went into a golden score contest, 4-3, the Brazilians winning out there. And the home team, Hungary, well, they couldn't quite do it against Uzbekistan. Uzbekistan coming out winners there, 4-2. Down in Pool D, it was France, 4-0 winners over the Netherlands. And in the last of the first round matchups in Pool D, it was Georgia who overcame Cuba 4-1. And the first of the quarterfinals, Japan went up against Ukraine. Japan coming out their 4-0 winners. And it was the RJF who overcame the Republic of Korea by the same score, 4-0. Brazil and Uzbekistan overturned the seedings there. The number 2 seed, Brazil, they went down 4-0 against Uzbekistan. And in the last of the quarterfinals, France versus Georgia, it was France in a golden score matchup who won 4-3. In the first of the semi-finals, and we've just seen that there actually, Japan were 4-0 winners over the RJF, and in the other semi-final it was France over Uzbekistan 4-1. So the final will be Japan versus France. The two bronze medal matches, well, the Republic of Korea overcame the Ukraine in a golden score matchup 4-3. They will face Uzbekistan in the first of the bronze medal matches, and it was Brazil who overcame Georgia in their repechage match 4-1. They will face the neutral athletes representing the RJF, so Brazil versus RJF. Quick reminder then, gold medal match, Japan versus France. Bronze medal matches are Republic of Korea versus Uzbekistan and Brazil versus the RJF. We're going to be back at 5 o'clock with all those medal matches. We look forward to your company then. Bye-bye for now.